Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Conn Man Sports Corner. I am your host, the Conn Man. This afternoon, I have with me a very special guest. Matter of fact, he was my very first guest on this network, and he's a great friend and a great person. I'd like to introduce my good friend, Justin Paden. Justin, what's going on?
Man, I'm so happy to be back on your show, man. Been a long time, man. How you doing?
I'm doing rather well. Now, Justin, for those people who do not know, damn near everybody knows about you now. Let everybody know what you're doing now.
Man, I'm working for Off the Ball Network. Shout out to the guys on Off the Ball Network. We got our website, offtheballnetwork.com, for all your sports needs with articles and podcasts. I've been hopping on different podcasts from Off the Ball Network and doing the 2K League post game show from Wednesday through Saturday on Dash Radio
Wow.
on Nothing But Net channel. And follow us on YouTube too as well, Off the Ball Network. I do NBA recaps like I usually do with my own channel. It's just JP, and I'm just doing it for a network. And I'm blessed and thankful to be part of the team. And definitely for sure, man. I've just been busy all the time, every day.
You know, it's a great thing too that you're doing, Justin. And y'all with a good network right now. Them guys are great. I got to know
Hmm.
some of them. They're very, very talented, and y'all with a good group and a good organization. And I wish nothing but the best for you, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now, before we go into the playoffs, I want to get your take on a couple of things that have occurred. I want to talk about what is that? I want to talk about the coaching decisions. I want to talk about the Boston Celtics head coach.
Yeah, it was a pretty good hire that the Boston Celtics made. It's just telling me that they're probably going to end up rebuilding that team with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. They just have to figure out which team is going to be between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Just trying to just rebuild that team since Danny Edge stepped down as a general manager and got Brad Stevens up there in the front office, kind of implug like the best coach that could fit like the system as a general for Brad Stevens as a general manager that could fit the system, and also bringing back Al Horford too as well to Boston. So they're just trying to figure things out right now. But I thought it was a pretty good hire, something unexpected, but hey, it's a pretty good hire. He does definitely got a lot of credibility as a coach. So we'll see what happens with the Celtics.
Now, I want to bring a couple of things to you, Justin. One of the things I wanted to bring up was the fact that, he had to get the okay from certain individuals on the team.
Yeah.
And three of them being Jason Tatum, Brown, and Marcus Smart, who played for him
Hmm.
on the Olympic team as well.
Hmm.
I think one of the Olympic teams. So they
Hmm.
got approval from those three. And also, I think that what I want to ask you, Justin, with your knowledge and your experience, you know as well as I know, it's a lot easier being an assistant coach because you can be like the middleman. You know what I mean? He coached under Popovich. Popovich
Hmm.
was the main disciplinarian, but now when you're the assistant coach, you're more like the nice guy. Can he come in and demand the respect that's going to be needed when he was more of go along to get along with those players. But now he got to be the coach.
Yeah, you brought up a good point. Being an assistant coach is definitely different than being a head coach. Assistant coach, you basically underneath the head coach, and you're just trying to help and develop the players and everything. And you listen to the head coach, and you're in the learning tree underneath the head coach to see what stuff they do, what moves they do, so you can take that lesson and put it into yourself as a head coach. Head coach, you trying to demand respect for the players. You're trying to coach out there, like you said. It's really tough. A lot of coaches be in a hot seat, but they don't. But assistant coaches don't really get like the hot seat. They don't get the pressure as much as the head coach. The head coach gets all of the pressure and responsibility.
Mhm.
Like instead of the media saying, "Oh, this assistant coach is really bad," it's the head coach. It's like, "Oh, it's all on the head coach," which is unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. and you're going to be dealing with a lot of things as a head coach, with the players. Also, you got to deal with the management, with the owners and general manager. Everybody's going to be in your ear. A lot of fans is going to be in your ear. So it's a lot of pressure just being a head coach. But the best head coaches always is the ones that really live off the pressure and also know how to coach and know how to respect the players. So it's kind of hard being the easy going type of coach and all that, because you have to have discipline for the players so that they can listen to you and have to coach that team and everything. Because if you don't have that, then you're basically not a head coach.
I totally agree with you, and the fact that he's coming to Boston, and
Hmm.
Boston don't play. I mean, right now
No.
he's at that wedding stage right now, where
Yeah.
everything's nice. He's being treated with utmost respect right
Yep.
now. But
Yep.
once October, November come, that he will be on. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
Yep.
And not only that added pressure, Justin, but the fact he's a black head coach for the Celtics, and they've
Yep.
only had two other ones. So
Hmm.
he's got to deal with that added pressure as well.
He
You know
does.
what I mean?
He really does. Like I said, you're living up your expectations. Boston's one of those towns that they expect like wins. They expect to be in a championship. They expect you to be contenders, because them fans can turn on you really quickly and all that. Just like Philadelphia fans and New York Knicks fans, they'll turn on Laker fans too. They'll turn on you quickly if they don't like you or if they don't respect you. So you definitely have to show out, and definitely coach your behind off. The thing about the NBA that I feel like is kind of missing, and Whip Foss kind of pointed to this on Open Court one time when I was watching it, is that I wish
Okay.
that the NBA could generate a little bit of patience, because I understand the need to win right away to put up good records, but if they could generate a little patience and be patient with, like, a rebuilding team and let them develop, in a couple years, then it'd be a lot different than just them just having this pressure, just saying, hey, we need to win right away. We need to get to the playoffs. We need to get to the finals. We need to get in the conference finals. We have to win. We have to win right away. And it's just
Yeah.
kind of unfortunate, and it's kind of unfair for like the players and everyone in that organization.
And you're absolutely correct, because in order to obtain chemistry, there's got to be time.
Yep.
You gotta let it grow. You gotta mold it. You gotta grow it in order to become effective. And the chemistry is a big part of it, because it
Hmm.
becomes ingrained. Whereas you kind of know what your teammates going to do, they know what you're going to do, where you
Hmm.
like the ball, the type
Hmm.
of defenses you play. It all
Hmm.
comes into to the fact of being able to play together and being able to grow. If you're
Yep.
constantly making moves left and right, your team's not going to grow.
No.
And that's one of the problems that I see. But let's go to coach number two, Jason Kidd. What do you think about his
Uh,
hire?
I think it's a good hire for the Mavericks. Is just telling me that Jason Kidd would probably be a perfect coach for Luka Doncic, to give him, that, point guard experience, to teach him how to be a better point guard. He's a great player, but it can kind of teach him about things that, Jason Kidd has, that could give little tricks to Luka. So I thought it was a really good hire. I know that a lot of people kind of like bringing up the whole sexual assault, domestic violence, history
Mm-hmm.
with Jason
Mm-hmm.
Kidd and everything. And it's kind of unfair, because we live in a generation with this cancel culture. Like, this person should not be coaching because of something that happened like years ago and stuff, and this DUI and stuff. I mean, I understand that they're taking it serious, but if you can coach and you haven't had no problems within a few years and stuff like Jason Kidd has, and you see the experience he has as a coach with Brooklyn and Milwaukee, and being an assistant coach to Frank Vogel with the Lakers and winning the championship last year, I would definitely take that higher. Jason Kidd is one of the best point guards of all time. Really smart IQ. Definitely can help Luka, with the Mavericks. I love, I knew he was going to hire, Jason Terry as his assistant coach, along with JJ Burrell, and then had
Yeah.
Doug Christie as a special advisor. So definitely, it's definitely trying to, have pieces around, and just trying, to see how they can get Dallas, back into deep in the playoffs and all that, because they have a franchise player. They just got to get players around them, and I feel like Jason Kidd could possibly do that. Like I said, it might switch the other way, but we just have to wait and see. I thought it was a pretty good hire.
I thought so as well. And Dallas, as you know, they did their due diligence. They investigated all that. They
Yep.
took that into consideration, and they
Yep.
felt it wasn't really uh, as important enough to not hire him. I
Yeah.
felt that they felt he could bring something to the team. He could bring something to Luca, and maybe transform Porzingis and Luca to be able to play together. Who knows? But I think if there's someone who can do it, it would be Jason Kidd. I think that was a good hire. I think he knows the pressure that he's under, and I think by him hiring the assistants that he hired, they're all going to be on the same page, and I think they're going to be very effective next year. I think they're going to be a good team next year as well. That's what I think.
I
Now,
agree.
Chauncey Billups.
He was the Clippers assistant coach, and now he's the coach of the Portland Trailblazers. This is the first time he's been a head coach. You see this all the time. With people, being first time coaches. Like a Steve Nash, even though he didn't have experience as a coach, and Steve Kerr, first time head coaches for like these different teams. Johnson Bills kind of got experience with the Clippers. Same thing with Jason Kidd with a past history with that sexual assault in 1997.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unfortunate. Like I said, it doesn't really give a reason why because this was like years ago, and he regretted it. He even said he apologized, but you haven't heard anything that bad about him. When he was playing, with Detroit, Boston, the Nuggets, Clippers, you didn't hear nothing about him. And you see him as an analyst on ESPN, and he was a good analyst, but you never heard anything clean. You never heard anything dirty about him and stuff. So it'd be interesting. I know that Damon Lillard wanted Jason Kidd to be the coach and approved of that. I feel like that was still a pretty good hire for Portland. The question is, what type of moves are they going to make this offseason? Is Dame
Yeah.
willing to stay in Portland? That's going to be a huge question mark because I know he's been kind of tiptoeing around that he probably wanted to be traded. Who's going to be left? CJ McCollum, is he going to be traded? Is Carmelo Anthony returning? Zach Collins, Nurkic. They really have to really figure out about this team. They're a great team. I just feel like it was just kind of unfortunate for them that they can't stay healthy and they're not a great defensive team. But I understand they're trying to make moves and getting rid of Terry Scott's. But it will be an interesting dynamic. If Dame stays in Portland with Billups, I think Billups could help him, teach him little tricks here and there in the point guard position, and kind of Dame kind of plays almost like Billups because Billups was Mr. Big Shot. So it kind of, he Dame probably Chauncey probably see Dame, Dame as like himself when he was with Detroit. So I thought it was a pretty good hire.
And also the fact, Justin, is the fact that Dollar Dame is trying to get where Phillips has already been.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And
I don't blame
what's
you.
funny? What's funny about it's not even funny about the two coaches that we were talking about, Kidd and Billups. If I recall, they were hired as assistant coaches, and none of this was brought up. Why
Yeah,
wasn't it brought up then?
that's the question. I mean, just cancel culture is just kind of getting ridiculous at this point. I mean, bringing stuff up in the past, it's just like, why? Just like why? They didn't even do anything to you. It just tells you the fact that people with like the high statuses and everything, if they're famous, people are gonna try to tear them down one by one, and to the point where they're like, oh, they shouldn't hire this coach. Even if you tweeted something out like back in 2008, they're going to look at that too as well. It's kind of ridiculous to me. I kind of hate cancel culture because it's just making it unfair for like people that's trying to get hired. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, people are people, so I just let people be people. So
And the reason why I'm asking you this question because I want to pick your brain. You have a lot of knowledge, and I'm trying to pick your brain. Now, here's something a little bit off the edge, but I wanted you because you and I had we had did the NCAA tournament. We broke it
mhm.
down from the beginning to the end. Now I want to bring up what is your take. Now, for example, Krzyzewski retired. Boy Williams retired,
Mhm.
and I believe a lot of it has to do with the fact that They were upset with the one and done. And now they have the G League who's taking over. And then, fortunately or unfortunately, this is what I want to get your take on. There is a new league. I don't know if y'all are familiar with it yet. It's going to be run by Kevin Ollie
Hmm.
and my boy David Lato.
Hmm.
You know, but anyway, I want to find out what your take on that. Whereas, if you're a 16, 17, or maybe an 18-year-old kid, and you come from a broken home or you come from a poor home, do you take that chance to go to a college, or do you accept going to the G League making $100,000 when in fact the two of the top five picks didn't even play college ball this year?
It really just depends on the situation. It depends on, the kid itself. Now, if you came from like a broken home and everything, and you like one of those type of people that you need the money now or try to buy a mama a house and all that, then you definitely got a chance to go to the G League and make this type of money and stuff. And then but the thing about the G League, because you didn't know if it was going to be like it, you don't know if the result was going to be like the picks were going to drop in the draft, in the real NBA draft. But then now you're seeing like a couple players that could possibly be top five picks in the draft.
Yes,
So it still kind of gives you like a chance to be in the draft because you're great of a player. Just like LaMelo Ball went to overseas, he didn't even go. He can't even go to college,
right.
because of the whole shoe deal, and went to Lithuania and played pro ball there. And you see that he became like a top three pick and doing really
Yeah,
well in Charlotte. So it really just depends. A lot of families probably want you. A lot of families, sometimes they might want you to go to college just because you can get that experience of what college is like, and also, the campus, and try to learn how to be an adult, and try to get a free education. I hear Charles Barkley say this all the time. It's like, you got to get yourself an education because you can't play basketball forever. So you got to figure out like, that you got to figure out game plans and backup plans just in case if you could, those don't last long as well. So, but it just really just depends on the situation, really depends on the kid, depends on what the family wants to decide to do. If it's the best for you, do it and go to the G League and play. If it's not the best for you, you don't feel comfortable, you feel like college would be a lot better for you just to get more development, then go to college and go underneath a great college coach that can get you connections with the NBA. So it just really just depends.
Now, what is your take on how the coaches are going to feel about this?
You talking about in terms of G League, of more people going to the G League and everything? Um,
Exactly.
I'm sure they're probably not going to be really happy with it. Just because it's probably taking some of their money, try to get some of the raises too for the coaches, college coaches, which is unfair. But at the same time, you have to look at it like this: like high school students, that has a chance to go to the NBA, they're going to go to the NBA if they have a high chance of the lottery pick and all that. So it's kind of like that same situation, like Kevin Garnett and your Kobe Bryant, Jermaine O'Neal, Moses Malone, among others, that just went to straight to the NBA instead of going to college. And then, but finally, I mean, but I feel like they'll be really upset just because, it's just taking money away from them, and then you're trying to help develop these players. You try to help these develop these players and help give them valuable life lessons. But at the same time, they probably won't be upset with it. I mean, it is what it is. It's how it is. There's a bunch of other people that's going to go to college that probably ain't going to get looked at by the G League or NBA if you're like a top pick. They still have other players they can develop, into like, good players and everything. So it's still like a win-win situation at the end of the day. I know they're probably going to be hoping not getting the top player, but I mean, how many times people recruited like the best player and they don't get the best player?
That is very true. And another thing, in a way, if you look at it, I think it benefits the coaches
It
because now
does.
they can coach a player for 4 years
It
instead of
does.
being one and done. And then you
Yes,
get your superstar, he gone, and then you're left. You're left hanging. But now
exactly.
you get a team that you can develop for like 3, 4 years. I think that's a win-win for the coach. That's
It
my
is.
opinion. I don't know about how they feel, but my opinion is I'm gonna have these pro players for 4 years. or maybe three if they're you know what I mean, where I can develop them. They can become a lot better players. And again, you deal with the chemistry. You got
Yep.
one superstar, you're catering to that one superstar. Whereas now,
Hmm.
if you get a team, you build that team concept, you build that team confidence, and to me, it's better all around. But that's my take on it. One other
Hmm.
thing before we get into the playoffs,
Hmm.
what I wanted to discuss, well, there's two things. One was, a ruling just came out where NCAA athletes can now make some money off their likeness. What is
Hmm.
your take on that?
This one is like one of those things that could be like a pro and a con at the same time. Pro is like, the players finally can start earning money because you could be hearing all these sayings like, oh, athletes is, broke when they're in college, like especially the top players, because they have, the likeness and everything. They can't do that because it's illegal and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
now you got them that they can earn money, but it really depends on the player, though, because if you're like a high level player, you're a superstar, they're definitely going to come in for the endorsements. What about the person that doesn't get all the love and recognition, like an offensive lineman, to, get the name and
yeah,
recognition and endorsements and stuff? They really don't get the love. Or just the last player on the bench. I mean, it's like a balance. I don't like it, but at the same time, I understand, especially with the players that really want to make their likeness off their name and everything. Um, but I just don't know how I could, I just don't know how it would be good. But in terms of them, but at the same time, I seen a comment. Well, someone said, well, oh well, this is a bad idea and all that. Oh, they get free education all the time and all that. And then it's like, okay, well, what about the person that's a walk on? So like that's like it's a balance. I don't like it, but at the same time I understand. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm happy for the college players, getting paid and stuff. I wish I was in college now as a player and getting paid like that, but it is what it is. Oh, look like something happened here. Like something happened, like it's a disconnect. Well, sorry everybody if y'all listening. Look like there's a disconnection over here on the show and all that. So we're just talking NCAA right now, and we're gonna be getting into the NBA playoffs. So we'll just see when the host comes back. So definitely for sure. Happy to be here, everybody. Um, Man, but while they're getting that kind of situated and everything, I'm part of Off the Ball Network, so definitely follow us on offtheballnetwork.com. Visit our website for all your sports needs and everything. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter, Off the Ball Network. Follow us on YouTube, Off the Ball Network. Definitely trying to grow that as well. And shout out to the guys from Off the Ball Network. If you like NBA 2K League games that be coming on Wednesday through Saturday on Twitch and YouTube, we have a post game show after all the games around 11 o'clock ish, or it might be earlier than that, with all the people from Off the Ball Network. So we talk about the games. So definitely follow us on that. We are on Dash Radio on Nothing But Net channel. So definitely, if you definitely follow along. It's we're growing and we're doing good. And like I said, shout out to the guys. Um, so look, they're still kind of getting a disconnect and everything for it. So we'll just have to see what happens here as well. Can't really see the chat. Definitely comment your thoughts down below on the NCAA war. Well, players on now finally can get likeness and everything to get paid. So definitely comment down below on that. I've been seeing so many comments, both positive and negative. So definitely let your thoughts be heard on this new war with NCAA players. Like I said, I don't like it. At the same time, I understand. I mean, it's a hard balance. It's really a hard balance with it. I was for like them getting paid, but then now just thinking about it, in terms of, right, again, the free education. What about the guys that's, like a last player on the bench or the people that don't really get recognized in newspapers. What about them? Are they going to get endorsement deals? Are they going to get likeness? It's different when you have, like say for example, a Zion Williamson for Duke, to get the likeness and get the shoe deals and all that in college, to a person that's the last player off the on the bench for Duke to get endorsement deals and shoe deals. It's tough. It's a tough situation, but I mean, I know a lot of players voices like to be heard, and there was a lot of old traditions and a lot of old rules in the NCAA, and definitely trying to make the update and change with it. So we'll just see what happens. We'll just see what happens in the future. Um, Especially when you're still letting players get their likeness and getting paid for it. So, but let's see here. Like they're still working on the disconnect and everything about it here. Let's go ahead and get into the NBA playoffs. Want to say congratulations to Chris Paul of the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns finally made it to the NBA Finals, the first time ever since 1993, with Charles Barkley and Dan Marley and Kevin Johnson. Congratulations to Chris Paul. Chris Paul had a really good game last night, scoring 41 points, was very efficient in field goals and three-point percentage, and also dishing out 8 assists, really dominant in the second half, was giving everybody the Clippers the business. I mean, Chris Paul, finally getting to the NBA Finals, and it's been a long time. He's been in the league a long time. Definitely deserves his flowers. Definitely deserves his respect. Definitely, if they win a championship this year, Chris Paul is probably going to be a top 5 point guard all time. Who knows? Who knows? I have to make my list, but congratulations to Chris Paul and congratulations to the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker, who haven't played in the playoffs until this year, finally making it to the NBA Finals. Jay Crowder, second straight NBA Finals. DeAndre Ayton, first NBA Finals. Man, that Phoenix Suns team is unbelievable. I love how they move the ball. I love how like everybody touches the ball. Um, so yeah, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable what Phoenix has done and how they turned their whole team around from, just being the laughing stock to last year being in the bubble and going 8-0, but they couldn't go to the playoffs because it was already too late. And now they will the second seed, one of the best teams in the West, having two All Stars, and man, they really performed in the playoffs, outdid the Lakers, swept the Nuggets with Jokic winning MVP this year, and also beating the Clippers. Job well done. Job well done, Phoenix Suns. Job well done. In terms of the Clippers, they have to really think about their moves. Is Kawhi going to be coming back in that player option? Um, what they're going to do with other players, like a DeMarcus Cousins, what they're going to do with, like Marcus Morris or, Reggie Jackson. Paul George has to stay with it because of that contract he has. So what's the next move for the Clippers? Are they going to be the same team? Are they going to get back healthy next year? It was kind of unfortunate they lost Kawhi in the playoffs during the Jazz series. It was unfortunate, but injuries are a part of the game, and you see this year we had a high risk of NBA injuries, especially with the marquee guys. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. So it's a lot of different moves they would have to make in the off season. Definitely Tyler definitely got to keep his job. He did a great job coaching this year, making adjustments too as well. I didn't like the one thing I really didn't like about the game is Patrick Beverley's shove on Chris Paul, because Chris Paul didn't say anything unless he said something underneath his breath. Because Chris Paul is known for his antics and everything, but I don't think he said anything. I watched that video so many times, and you see Patrick Beverley just shoved him, and then he just apologized today, and man up and apologized, saying that his emotions got the best of him. but he's still gonna get fined by the NBA because that was just a disrespectful act, and that's why a lot of people don't like Patrick Beverly because of antics like this. It's like, dude, you got to be better than that. I love that your hustle. I love your integrity. I love, you just being, the dog that you are. But you can't, you can't shove people out of frustration and everything. It's just that it wasn't cool at all. It wasn't cool at all. I know a lot of people don't like Chris Paul, but man, DeMarcus Cousins said it, and even though he don't like Chris Paul, he said, you got to give players the flowers and respect. Okay, well then give Chris Paul his respect and flowers. I mean, come on now. It's crazy. It is crazy. So, but yeah, like I said again, congratulations to the Phoenix Suns. Congratulations. So we don't know who they're gonna face. Is either gonna be the Hawks or the Bucks. Um, let's see. Look, everybody's back.
Hey, I'm back.
There
The
we
con
go.
man's
There we
back.
go. There
Hey,
we
the
go.
con man is. Hey, Justin,
There we
I
go.
could hear you. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. But what a great job. You did way better than I could. I tell you that. Thank you for holding the fort. Hey, but now people can see how good you really are.
It was a test. It was a test. So
Thank you, my brother.
no
That
problem.
was well. You passed the test in flying colors. And now, what did you know the Clippers series already?
Yeah, we can talk about it again. I'm fine talking about the Clippers and the Suns again and everything. Love to get your thoughts on that series and everything. Especially the Suns winning it against the Clippers. Like we thought that the Clippers might make it fall. We didn't expect Phoenix to make it that fall because I know when I said in my last video with you that I said that the Lakers would probably beat the Phoenix Suns in like 6 games, and then that didn't really happen because Devin Booker just
Right.
torch the Lakers, just torched the Lakers. And DeAndre Ayton, I have to give DeAndre Ayton some love because, we talk about, the first overall pick in the 2018 draft that, man, Phoenix should have took Trae Young or Luka Doncic. And then DeAndre
Mhm.
Ayton came out and played really well in the playoffs. This is the best I've ever seen DeAndre Ayton played. He took that matchup with Anthony Davis seriously, I guess, and he came out and was balling, and Jay Crowder was balling. Everybody on that team was balling, and they had Monty Williams deserved a whole lot of credit for changing their mindset. Chris Paul's influence and leadership definitely changed the Phoenix Suns, but we saw a little bit of glimpse of what it's going to be like, from the bubble last year when they went undefeated, and then having Chris Paul come back. Not Chris Paul. Chris Paul signed Chris Paul, and that team is so much different. And his leadership, he makes any team better with him on the floor.
You know something, Justin, you are right. If you go back to every team he's been on, the
Yeah,
Rockets, Oklahoma City, Clippers,
yeah,
the guy is one of a generational talent. The man, he demands respect,
yep,
and even though he hasn't won the chip yet, and he still gets a lot of heat because he hasn't won the chip yet, that
yep.
don't mean he's not a winner.
Mm,
Chris Paul, he makes others around him. And once Phoenix got Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton's game went up leaps
yeah,
and bounds. That alley oop, I mean, they got that down to a science. That pick and roll, pick and pop, alley oop, and he's just giving the whole team so much confidence, and
yep,
they trusted him and they believed in him. And one of the things people were saying is that the reason why Chris Paul has left so many teams is because a lot of players didn't buy into what he was saying. But
yeah.
now he has a young group that he has. They believe in him, and they're
Hmm.
young, and he can really teach them and carry them to limits that they thought they probably couldn't get to because he's
I
been there. He hasn't got the chip. He's won just about every damn near award you can win, and you can tell he's a proven winner. And he just makes them so much better. And it's great to see a guy 36 years old putting up 41 points and with zero turnovers. To me,
yes.
that's just the standard. I mean, my guy was Isaiah Thomas, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm very happy for Chris Paul. I mean, 16 years in the league, blood, sweat, and tears, and he's finally getting his just due. And
Yep.
maybe a lot of people, because he's always played like on the West Coast, a lot of people on the East Coast are getting a chance to see the real Chris Paul and the
Yep.
impact he's made on the Phoenix Suns. And as you said, Monty Williams, I mean, what a tremendous coach. I think his demeanor is the perfect fit for that young team. You have
Yeah.
George Cow, who's someone who has that anger, that frustration. Sometimes a younger player might not be able to adjust or adapt to that. I think what Monty brings is something that the players can adjust and respect and can learn from. Because, like
I,
you said,
mhm.
he's not telling you things to put you down. He's trying to tell you things to build you up.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I think he's doing a tremendous job. Phoenix
Hmm.
Suns. But I did hear you because again I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. You mentioned that individual God for the Clippers. I don't
Oh
even want to
God.
say his name. I don't even
Uh,
want to say his name. I
uh,
really don't. I really don't want to say his name, Justin. But you know why? I mean, I know Chris Paul said something. I don't know what he said, but he said something. But to go and counteract that with that stupid move, what is that saying? I,
it's that's the thing. It's like, I watched the clip so many times. I mean, Chris Paul. I mean, I know Chris Paul is not the perfect squeaky clean player. Ray John Wando told us that, and DeMarcus Cousins and all that. But I mean, Chris Paul has his antics and everything. In terms, he's a smart player. But for Patrick Beverley to do that, just it's wrong at the same. It's so wrong in so many different ways. It's like, dude, like, you're getting torched, but then you want to go and push them, behind the back. So I did not like it at all as a fan, because I love Patrick Beverley. I love his hustle, his blood and sweat. Sometimes I defend Patrick Beverley and be like, "Hey, man, this guy is a will. He's will intense. I love his defense. I love he gets after it. He wants to win." But then things like this, it's like, why would I like you if you do things like this and be such a dirty player and all that? Like, it's just like you creating beef with like a lot of people, and you're going to create a lot of hostility with everyone, being the person that you are and all that. So I just didn't like it at all. I'm glad he apologized today, but the NBA is
he
still
did.
going to find
Okay.
him. They're still going to find him, because that was during the game and stuff. And who knows, he might get suspended too, but they want to end up finding him. And definitely got to learn his lesson. He got to be a better person than that, because man, you got torch, you got whoop. Be a better man, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Take it like a man. And then he banged heads twice, not once with Brooke, but twice. Come on, Justin. There's no need for that. I mean,
No.
he's one of them guys that you want him on your team, you don't want to play
Hmm.
against him. He's like a
Yep.
Bill Lambier type. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And he brings so much energy and defensive prowess, but I don't know. To me, that just was a bad look for the Clippers and
Yep.
a bad look for the NBA. I mean, that should not be tolerated, and I hope they do come down hot on him. But at the end of the day, the Clippers, I mean, they played without Kawhi. And do you know that Kawhi is a free agent?
Yeah, he has that player option deal.
Yes, he
So
does. You know what I'm
he,
saying? I don't know.
I mean, you seen Kawhi, in the past, in the series, when he went down, he been up in that suite. And then
Hmm.
there's been talk about him being unhappy with the medical staff of the Clippers, almost like the same situation when he was in
Uh-huh.
San Antonio with
I
that
think
ankle
so.
problem. And
I'm
then,
just saying.
his uncle Dennis, is influencing him something. There's
Yeah.
something going on there. But it's his hometown. Is he going to play this year? How's the moves is going to be? Does he trust his organization enough? Because you got Paul George, and you can keep Paul George because he just signed that contract.
Yes,
So
he
I
did.
mean, like, how's the team's going to look? I know Kawhi wants to win, so I mean, we don't really know what Kawhi is thinking. Kawhi is going to be Kawhi. It's going to be a quiet move that he's going to make. But I would love for him to stay as a Clipper. But if he moves somewhere else, who knows? Who just know? Who just know? But he was on the bench last night, so
Yeah, yeah.
maybe he's gonna stay. Maybe he's not. Who knows? Maybe he's
I,
trying to follow what Dame's doing. Trying to get tricked.
I, I don't. Hey, it's going to be interesting. Now, what is your take? What do you think? What is your ultimate feelings on the Paul George situation? Uh, Pandemic Paul, playoff Paul. What is your take on how we performed during the playoffs?
I feel like he played really well in the playoffs. It's just unfortunate that sometimes he'll have games where he will shoot the ball, and it'd be like 30%, field goal shooting. Sometimes he'll have games where he played really well. I thought he played really well in the playoffs. I thought he did. I thought, he was showing that the leg was, showing that he could be, this type of player, being playoff P and all that. I always criticize him. I always criticize him just because he missed crucial free throws.
Yes.
He missed crucial free throws in like two games that he could have easily won. That last game before, game six, he played really well. He had 41 points. He was scorching everybody, in that second half. And that's the only thing I criticize him about. I know a lot of people, criticize him of things and that, he got to take it. Some people think we're not giving him his flowers. We are giving him his flowers and stuff. We're just, it's just a lot of expectations. I feel like the expectations became smaller once Kawhi got went out with the
Uh-huh.
injury.
Uh-huh.
But he's still a great player. Paul George, I enjoy watching him play. Let's just say sometimes you just can't win the big ones, especially not hitting free throws at all, like Giannis. So I felt like he
Oh,
played really well in the playoffs. So
yeah. My take on Paul George is that he was a phenomenal talent when he entered the league. He
hmm
was probably one of the top 5, 10 players in the league,
hmm
and he suffered that
that
horrendous.
leg. Oh,
And you know what I mean? And for him to come back the way he has, to me, is a testament to him.
yep.
Has he lived up to expectations? Probably not in a lot of people's eyes. In my eyes, coming back from an injury like that, very few people can come back to
hmm
be at the level that he has. And
Yes.
now he called himself playoff Pete. So
Yep.
now he got to take the heat for calling
Yes.
himself playoff Pete. But
Yep.
I think that he did come into his own in the playoffs. His foul shooting needs a lot to be desired. And you're right. Sometimes he doesn't win the big game. But
hmm
overall, I think he has something to look forward to. Hopefully, if Kawhi stays with them,
hmm
that he's going to be more comfortable in his role. I think they're going to be a pretty good team next year.
hmm
Now we got to talk about tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we got Milwaukee. We don't know what the hell's going on with Giannis, right? I mean, I guess his X-rays came back negative. Am I correct?
No structural damage, but he's out for game five.
Okay. And then we have my man Ice Trey. Is he playing tonight or is he scratch?
I haven't heard anything. I just know it was like little lateral movements last time, that he didn't play. I mean, it might be a chance he probably played, but mostly he might not play tonight. Maybe this might be the game of who got the more of the support system without the two stars.
And you know what's funny though, Justin, is that I did a little bit of research and while Trey was out, they played better.
Yeah.
The ball swung a lot more. The ball was better ball movement. Uh, Defensively, they were better. Look how they kept them to 86 points. I mean, defensively, they were better. Of course, Ice Trey's the man, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you got to give credit to the coach and to the team for coming back, responding without their star player. Now, what's going to happen tonight? What is your take on what's going to happen tonight?
The problem with the last game was the Bucks didn't took it seriously.
I agree.
I felt like they was like, okay, no ice trade tonight. This might be an easy win. But then
Yes.
they forgot that Lou Williams was on that team. And Lou Williams scorched with Bogdanovich. and Huddle and Capella played well. Everybody on that Hawks team played well. It seemed like Cam Weathers came back and got into his groove last game. The
Yes.
Hawks played really well. It seemed like they wanted it more. And the defensively on the Bucks, it just seemed like they just didn't took it serious. Their offense was just not clicking. They were just not hitting shots. They started coming back in the third quarter, but then it was already too late. With Giannis being out now, I expect Middleton to really step up in scoring. He has to stay consistent now because Giannis is out. Giannis was leading that Bucks team in minutes, points,
Yes.
steals,
Yes.
rebounding, tied for blocks. He was basically, and I seen a stat where like they were positive when Giannis was off the court, and then when he's off the court, they're -9.
Right.
So yeah, so Chris Middleton definitely got to step up in scoring. Drew Holiday really got to step up in scoring. They really got to play tonight. They need to put Brook Lopez in the post. I kept saying that because I know how good of a player Brook Lopez is. I know he wants. I know they're trying to stretch him, but man, Brook Lopez was one of the best centers in the league at one
Oh
time.
yeah.
The footwork and
Absolutely.
all that, with the Nets. You got put him in the post. Like put him in the post. It seems like Coach Bo was just not coaching last game. He really needs to coach tonight. They need to move the ball around and everything, get people shots and all that. So they can't wait on Giannis, to go in and drive into the hole and everything all the time. But since he's out now, they have to really swing that ball around. And Milton gotta, really got to step up tonight. And then the Hawks, in terms of the Hawks on the other side, if they play like they did last game and play with that intensity and play well, with that home crowd, they were feeding off that home crowd last game. It's different
Yep.
than that here in Milwaukee. So they have to really play with each other and, someone has to step up, Lou Williams, a Bogdanovich. So they really got to stay consistent in the scoring and play really well tonight in order to get to the finals. But I feel like Milwaukee might take this one tonight because I feel like they're gonna play with more assertive and they're gonna have something to motivate themselves after. So I think the Bucks might take it tonight, but definitely give credit to Nate McMillan because man, he is such a good coach and he can make adjustments each game, and you see different adjustments for the Hawks. Definitely, Nate McMillan deserves a lot of credit, but I think the Bucks might pull it off tonight. Now, if the Hawks do win tonight, I mean, it's going to be two young teams in the NBA Finals. Something
That,
unexpected.
totally unexpected. Now the thing about McMillan, again, his temperament.
Yeah,
I mean, you're dealing with a bunch of millionaires, and his temperament feeds off, or they feed off his temperament. Do
yep,
you know what I mean? The way that he conducts himself. I mean, it's all business, but he does it in a more less demeaning way, as opposed
yep,
to constantly just yelling and screaming and hollering. They're laid back. He just laid back. He treats them like men. Is what I'm
yeah,
trying to say. He treats them like men, and they
yeah.
they 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 they, they accept that. And it's a true testament to the way he is. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, what I was talking about Milwaukee is that Portis is a big key
Yes,
factor too as well. I think
yes.
Portis is a big key factor, and I also think for Atlanta, what you didn't mention, I'm surprised, is Collins.
Mm-hmm.
Collins
John Collins.
is a key factor. You know what I mean? Right now, he's a big factor, and I think that's the major difference. It could be the major difference on whether or not they win. It's funny too because the game seems to go a lot on the defensive end. I think the team that plays the better defensive will be have a more susceptible chance to win the game. I think.
I agree.
I'm going to go with Milwaukee as well. At home, I'm going to go with Milwaukee as well. I agree with the fact that they should be putting Lopez in the post, but he can also shoot the perimeter. He can also bring
Yeah.
him out. He can stretch the defense as well. But I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's going to be it's going to be different not seeing Giannis and not seeing Ice Trey. It's going to be a different game to watch. But I think that both teams will come out on, well, at least intensity wise, I think they're going to come out on fire. It's just a matter, who can step up. Milton has already done it.
Yep.
Holiday is next. Uh, for Atlanta, Williams Is he capable of doing it? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Now they're talking about Bogdanovich might be out, and Capella might be out as well. What are your take on that?
Ooh, it'd be. That's interesting though. When you just said Bogdanovich and Capella might be out, the whole swing goes back to Milwaukee. John Collins. I forgot about John Collins. John Collins is a good player. The reason I didn't really mention him is because he's so inconsistent. You don't know if it's going to be if
Yes,
he's going to have a great game. That he'll have a great game, and then another game he'll have a bad game, just because he be in foul trouble so much. You see that, not the last game, but the previous, like the two games before, he was in foul trouble, a lot, and was sitting out most of the third quarter, and he couldn't really get himself into rhythm and everything. So he's just so inconsistent, but he's still a good player. So he got to stay out of the foul trouble. I feel like
mm-hmm.
he's going to be more aggressive. If Lou's not hitting. But I feel like Lou he has to be that potential scorer because he is that professional scorer that he is. So he has to score that basketball. And when he scores that basketball, everybody else is going to be open. Everybody else is going to start being open because their main focus is trying to stop Lou Williams for scoring that basketball. But Nate McMillan, like I said, Nate McMillan does such a great job, and he's defensive minded too because he was a great defensive player. So it really, like you say, it really comes down to the defensive game. But I think Milwaukee might pull it out in Game 6, especially if Bogdanovich and Capella be out.
Now, okay, I kind of agree with you. What if, or whoever comes out of the East, you think, given the circumstances that both teams are under, do they even have a chance to go against the Suns? You think, do they even stand a chance?
Well, no, not really. I think the Suns. Well, with the Bucks, if Giannis was healthy, I had the Bucks coming out of the East to win the championship because I said this on
Oh,
Off the Ball Network. I said that if they were, because they were fully healthy, they were the strongest, healthiest team in the NBA, and if they didn't win it this year, it was going to be hard for them to win that championship next year and the year after that because all the other teams is going to be healthy. You don't know what
true.
Miami's going to be doing. The Lakers is going to be fully healthy. Then you're going to have, like Dallas or Golden State, Klay Thompson being back. They're going to be fully healthy.
Wiseman,
Wiseman,
Wiseman.
Wiseman, that Golden State team going to be healthy. Philadelphia. I mean, there's so many things. There's so many things that is going to happen next year. So there was their chance to win, but when Giannis went down, it's kind of tough to
Yeah.
see, because you don't know when he's going to be back and everything. So, it's just kind of tough, for Bucks. They just can't. It just seems like they're so close, and then something just happens, and it's just
Yeah.
unfortunate. But
Yeah.
if both teams not fully healthy, then the Suns is going to end up winning it because that team, like this team, is just so complete. You got a point guard that is going to distribute and facilitate. Then you got a person that has that mama mentality. I'm not saying he's Kobe, but he has that mama mentality. He's like he's a dog. He's a threat. Then you have all the role players like Jay Crowder, Cameron Johnson. We forgot about Cameron Payne.
Yes.
When
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Cameron
Yeah.
Payne played. He played, and he could play defense too as well. Then you got DeAndre Ayton as the center, and he's been playing really well in the playoffs. The Phoenix Suns team, they're really hard to beat. Just looking the way the structure and everything. So if the Bucks or the Hawks are not healthy going against the Phoenix Suns in the NBA Finals, it's gonna be Phoenix's year. It's gonna be Phoenix's year.
Yep. Now I'm gonna hit you with this one. I'm gonna hit you with a couple of things. One thing you mentioned, Golden State, they have two top picks in the 15. Two
Yep.
top picks, number
Yep.
7 and number 14. Watch
Yep.
out for them. Watch out for them. Now,
Yep.
getting back to Phoenix Suns, I want to hear your take on this, Justin. Okay, let's just say it's Milwaukee gets by Atlanta and they go against Phoenix Suns without Giannis. Will that tarnish the championship that Phoenix wins because Giannis didn't play?
Uh when you win a championship, you're still gonna win a championship. It's
Still
just
get
like
that chip.
You still have the chip. It's like San Antonio in 1999 when they won the championship from the Knicks. Everybody was like, "Well, it was a lockout year." Shaq was like, "That doesn't count." I mean, you go on NBA.com and you look at past championships. It's still up there. They have the Ben up there, 1999. Same thing with the Los Angeles Lakers when they went in that pandemic. In that bubble, they won the championship in 2020. I mean, and everybody's like, "Well, they shouldn't even have that championship. It should have been just like discontinued, for 2020." I mean, but that's still a championship. That still counts as a championship. So they still going to be champions at the end of the day, even if people don't like it because it's a small market. Hey, remember, Golden State won the championship in 2015. They were a small market before they got
Yeah,
big
yes,
and they started making a lot of money and then went over to San Francisco to Chase Center to where they play so that they can be a bigger market.
yeah.
So it ain't gonna ruin their chances, for them to win the championship and everything. I feel like if you're not a huge fan of like, teams, like these young core teams that really played really well, then you don't like basketball. You don't like basketball. You just there to watch the main names. Oh yeah, the rate. What about the ratings and everything? Man,
Mhm.
look, the Phoenix Suns whooped the Lakers in 6 games. Devin Booker finished off with 47 points, and that was with LeBron playing.
Yeah,
With LeBron playing. So they beat him with 47 points. They went through Denver, swept Denver. Jokic won MVP.
yeah,
Even though they didn't have Jamal Murray, they still swept them.
yeah.
And then they beat a Los Angeles Clippers team. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Kawhi didn't play, but they were still, a top 3 team and everything, and they beat them. So and they're going to tarnish the legacy. It's going to be great because Phoenix haven't seen a championship in a long, long time. I believe 1976. They haven't seen a
Yes, we
championship.
had Alvin Adams. I remember that team, Alvin
Yeah,
Adams.
I think it was
I'm older than you,
76.
but yeah, I think it was. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I think it was 76. They won the championship. And I think Paul Westphal was playing too as well. He was a
Yes, he
really good
was.
player.
Yes, he
He was
was.
a really good player. So it wouldn't tarnish their legacy, at all. Championship is championship. You got a ring, you count as a champion. Chris Paul's going to get counted as a champion if they win.
Exactly. And also the thing about the outlook. Look how good Phoenix is going to be for years. They're young. They're very young. They're going to be tough for years to come. Now they're
James
gonna have to
Jones.
eventually replace Chris Paul, but they got a nice nucleus, great coach. I think they got a great future ahead of them. I think they're gonna be tough. I think a lot of teams are gonna improve. Now, I know we got about 3 minutes, and I want to spend this because I want to pick your brain on this one. What do you
Mhm.
think about former NBA players? This has crossed my mind. Who are still trying to become relevant. What is your and I'll be more specific. You got individuals now coming out making crazy comments out of nowhere for no reason but maybe to remain relevant. And I'll mention one name. I know I'm going to mention Scottie Pippen. I'm just going to bring it up. He made some cuckoo comments. Now he made some real tough comments, basically saying that Phil Jackson was a racist. What is your take on that?
I didn't like the comment because I felt like I don't even know if Phil Jackson's a racist or not. Because how in the world is he a racist when you had Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, all the African Americans on the team, and plus, everybody loved Phil Jackson. So like, I just don't see how he's a racist. And Scotty tripping. I call him Scotty tripping now because he is really tripping with these comments and everything. With drinking. He's promoting that book and. Bottle and everything. I just
Yeah,
didn't like it. And for him to bring up the whole incident thing with the Tony Kukoc shot and stuff like that. Scottie Pippen missed like 2 crucial shots. They gave the ball to Scottie Pippen and then he, missed the shots and Kukoc, was a good shooter and a better shooter. Scottie was never the closer. So I just think he was just tripping on them comments. I think it was just a bad day for him. He was just petty about it, and he's still petty about the last dance. So that's why he's making them comments.
and you remember that famous migraine? You remember the famous migraine that he had?
Yep.
We won't go there. We won't go there. He didn't want to come off the bench. When what was his name? What was the forward's name? Kukoc.
Yep.
Kukoc. They passed the ball to Kukoc. He didn't like it, and all of a sudden he comes up with a migraine. Well,
Yep.
Justin, I want to thank you for coming for me during these technical difficulties we had here. You did a fantastic job. Before we go, can you let people know how they can check you out?
Check me out on Off the Ball Network on YouTube. I do NBA recaps, offtheballnetwork.com. We have our website. We do a lot of different things, articles, podcasts. Shout out to guys from Off the Ball Network. And then on YouTube, it's just JP. Just definitely follow me, and we'll definitely, talk hoops, and you'll see more NBA content and everything. So, and 2K League postgame show, Dash Radio on Nothing But Net channel, Wednesday through Saturday. We don't have games this week, but next week we do.
Now you can see why he's so good, and that's why everybody wants him. Thank you, Justin, from the bottom of my heart for coming for me during these technical difficulties. Thank you so much. And you all need to tune in, follow Justin Paden. Make sure y'all tune in next week for Conn Man Sports Corner, where we will be having Gene Smith, captain of Georgetown, next week.
Yes.
Again, Justin, thank you so much for coming on the show. Good
Thank you
night,
so much.
everybody. God bless. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.